Cloudy skies, humid nights, maybe an overcast would be the skies right above Charlottesville High School between this game, the Tom Sox, and the Waynesboro Generals. Game one of a doubleheader here from Charlottesville High School, 2 7-inning games. And if you're just joining us, Mac Abram and David Argo tonight here on this call. And David, should be a fun one here tonight. We have 2 games of baseball which we must get in. We have a title race going on right now for this VBL South Division, and the playoffs are just around the corner.
Yeah, playoffs are just around the corner. This game might not matter to both teams in terms of their standings with each other, but it certainly matters in the playing of the entire South Division. Charlottesville in a pretty comfortable position right now, 4 games ahead of the Harrisonburg Turks in second place, who have lost 4 straight. But Waynesboro still very much in the mix for that 3 seed in the South Division. They are in 6th and last place, but 10 games back of Charlottesville, only 2 games back of that 3rd place spot.
That's what we were talking about this morning. Me, Mike Bolger, and Dylan Price. We're usually on these calls, but today we have Mr. David with us here, and should be a fun one. Going to set the Tom Sox starting lineup for you. Once again, they are the away team. This game was supposed to be played last night in Waynesboro, but postponed to today with the doubleheader because of the weather inclement yesterday. So the Tom Sox starting lineup: Dean Mijos leading off, playing center field. Cale Strickland, the DH, batting second. Robbie Levy, the catcher, third. Colby Wallace, the left fielder, batting fourth. Caden Farrar, the first baseman, he's in the 5 spot. Cooper Blauser batting sixth, the third baseman. Nick Parham, the shortstop, batting seventh. Sammy Muma, the right fielder, batting eighth. And Zach Vanderwood, the second baseman, batting ninth. And now moving over quickly to the Generals defense. We'll set it for you real quick right here. Castaneda over at first, Barnett at third, Caesar Myrtle, the shortstop, Miller over at second base, Goforth behind catching. Stewart on the mound in the outfield is set by Neri, Borjas, and Gomez. We are just ready, set to go for this first pitch. David, what are you more excited about in these 2 games here tonight, though?
Well, I'm excited to see 14 innings of baseball. We don't get to see that very often in the Valley League anymore since they went away from these scheduled 9-inning doubleheaders, or 7-inning doubleheaders, this season. So excited to see a couple games get played. Glad we got this in with the weather. We weren't sure if we were going to get these 2 games in. Had a pretty sizable storm come through right around 3:30 or so today, and then another lightning delay that pushed this game back another 15 minutes. But here we are at 7:01 p.m., and we are about ready to go. Dean Mijos is about to step in the batter's box for Charlottesville.
On the mound tonight for the Generals, number 42, Clayton Stewart, the native of Lexington, South Carolina, set to go here against Dean Mijos. He's in his setup, and here he goes. First pitch, right down the middle, called strike by the home plate umpire. Stewart, 6'4", rising sophomore. And David, you got some news here on Stewart.
Yeah, Stewart spent last season at Appalachian State, did not appear in a game.
As Mijos fouls that one off, brings it to 0-2.
Did not appear in a game. He is now in the transfer portal, looking for your opportunities, as he announced on his social media. So, looking to prove himself every time he steps out on the mound here for the Waynesboro Generals.
Here comes the 0-2 pitch to Mijos. Got him swinging for the first strikeout. And just like that, Waynesboro gets his first batter, strikes him out in 3 pitches.
Good start for Stewart, who has struggled mightily this season. 11 ERA in 9 innings so far this year, but that's a promising way to begin his night here in Charlottesville.
His last 3 appearances, he's all been tagged with the losses in all 3. An 8-6 loss to the Cavaliers, a 9-1 loss to the Turks, and then a 7-6 loss to the Cavs again. That first pitch to Strickland, Cale Strickland, the DH tonight, usually behind the plate. That's Robbie Levy. Takes the 0-1 count. Stewart in the windup. And the pitch. And Stewart's going to line one in the air, and that's going to get down into the gap, but shielding over as the center fielder is Elijah Borjas, putting leather on it for the second out.
Good run and catch by Borges there in center field, retires Strickland, and here comes one of the leaders of this Tom Sox lineup, and Robbie Levy.
Robbie Levy, one of the better hitters here in the Valley Baseball League, one of the top hitters for the Tom Sox, hitting at a high 318 on the year. Even with dealing with an early wrist injury, Levy comes back to this lineup, and he's still been providing the spark as he swings at the first pitch from Borjas for the first strike.
Yeah, we've seen some heat out of Stewart so far tonight. Not too shabby from the App State product.
2:05. And the next pitch to Levy's grounded foul to the right side, and just like that, with 2 outs, Borjas got a two-strike at bat to Robbie Levy.
Yeah, this Tom Sox lineup, too, is good at scoring in the first inning. Looking to produce some of that here
as the 0-2
in this
Levy
at-bat.
Fouls off.
To that point, Charlottesville in the season scored in the first inning, and 18 of their games on the year. This is game number 32. So 18 out of 31 games, not bad, and they are 15-3 when they do score in the first.
And the 0-2 pitch to Levy. He's going to sock one over to the left field side, and that's going to get down, and that's going to be fair all the way to the wall. And now Levy's going to be pulling in to second base with a stand-up double.
Good two-strike hitting there from Robbie Levy. Keep the inning alive for Charlottesville and bring up the leading hitter on the squad now in Colby Wallace.
Wallace hitting .347 on the year, the ECU Pirate. And just like David mentioned, 18 games out of 31 where the Tom Sox score first. And, of course, with few of those losses that they have to that schedule, that's how teams have been very good to combat the Tom Sox powerful offense by they start striking first.
Scoring first is pretty important for this team, as they have many games this year. 5-4 when their opponent scores first, 17-5 when they score first.
Here comes the first pitch to Wallace. He's upstairs for ball one. Can't be held cleanly by Goforth, but no business by Levy, so he'll stay over there by second.
It is interesting to note as well that we should mention that this is technically, as you have mentioned, as Waynesboro's on the mound, this is a home game for Waynesboro in terms of the score sheet. So while the Tom Sox are here at their home ballpark, Waynesboro still gets the bottom half of the inning.
That one's going to get away again from Goforth, and trekking down to third is going to be Levy. And with a 2-0 count, Colby Wallace, that first run is only 90 feet away for Charlottesville. As David mentioned again, Charlottesville being the away team in game one. Haven't seen that even at the pro levels in such a long, long time. I know the last time that happened, I think it was back in 2013 between the Giants and the Rockies. I got to do my research on that, though.
It's been a while, to what I can remember here at Charlottesville High School, too, or even on an away team that Charlottesville has played as the...
That one goes outside, goes to 3-0.
Played as the away team in a different team's ballpark as part of a doubleheader. They did a couple years ago play as the away team in the playoff run at Waynesboro, but that was just a single game.
And that will be ball 4-2. Wallace. Charlottesville gets an early runners on the corner here with 2 outs.
Yeah, from 2 strikes, 2 outs to runners on the corners now for Stewart. He's got to bounce back.
And we got a big guy here coming up for the Tom Sox, Caden Ferraro, coming over from Blinn College. He's been hitting .323 on the year. He's been able to at least find a little bit of a spot here during this lineup. Been batting around this 5th spot for the last few games.
Fallen a little bit lately after starting the season off over 500, but power bat who can get it going at any time.
First pitch to him is outside for ball 1.
And out of Blinn College, you mentioned JUCO national champion, JUCO Division I national champion for Ferraro, as well as his teammate Ryan Hanks, who's sitting down at that Tom Sox bullpen right now.
The native of Pearland, Texas, with the 1-0 count facing Stewart. Here it comes, runner goes. Goforth's going to test the throw down, and they're going to get the runner. What a throw there by Luke Goforth. And just like that, the Generals get out of the inning with no runners there. 1 hit for the Tom Sox, but no runs come across. 0-0. We'll be right back here on Tom Sox TV. We're bringing you back here on Tom Sox TV. If you're just joining us just after the broadcast, Mac Abram, David Argo on the call here today. Once again, the Tom Sox on the mound here in the bottom of the first. They are the away team here at their own ballpark. So for the Generals, we'll set their lineup right now. Leading off will be Neri, Miller to second hole, casting in the 3 spot. Willers batting 4th at DH. Eliza Borjas, the center fielder, batting 5th. Luco Fort, the catcher, batting 6th. Barnett, the third baseman, 7. Gomez, the right fielder, 8. And Cesar Merlo, the shortstop, batting 9th. And for the Tom Sox on the mound tonight is Chase Stryker.
Yeah, Stryker's had a really good season for Charlottesville this year. 19 2/3 innings, 183 ERA. Pacing this Tom Sox pitching staff in terms of the starting pitchers. He's worked a little bit out of the bullpen, but mostly in a starting role. 2-1 record, 20 strikeouts to only 6 walks.
Stryker, the sophomore rising one out of Coastal Carolina University. And we'll quickly set the defense for your Tom Sox. Robbie Levy behind the plate, catching for him. Caden Farver at first. Cooper Blauser at third. The middle infielder, Vanderwood at second. Parham at short. And the outfield with Wallace in left. Mijos in center. And Muma again in right field. Stryker's ready to go here. His first batter is Neri. And the first pitch to him is going to be inside for ball 1.
Pitch got away from him a little bit. Cal Neri on the season, 333 batter. This Waynesboro team has struggled with players staying the whole year, but Neri's been...
As that one is fouled away, and it makes it to a 1-1 count.
Neri's been a pretty consistent batter for this Waynesboro team. Leads the team in, or second on the team in at-bats. 105, scored 27 runs, 10 doubles, which paces the team as well.
Here comes the 1-1 count from Stryker. That one breaks just a bit upstairs, and it goes to 2-1. Neri, the New Jersey native, stayed local for college ball at Rider University. The 5'11 sophomore with the 2-1 count facing Stryker. Here's the pitch, and he's going to get jammed on the inside, but that one fouls away. Now it's a 2-2 count.
Cho Airport. Whenever you're flying, check Cho first at gocho.com.
Neri at the leadoff spot, as David mentioned, with the 333 mark, with his 35 hits and his 105 at-bats. He says 10 doubles on the year. The 2-2 pitch fouled off and away, and we'll do it again at 2-2.
Good battle from Neri here in the leadoff spot. As we mentioned, leading hitter, you expect him to work some at-bats, and certainly doing so here against Stryker.
Do it again here with the 2-2. Stryker getting his sign from Levy, and he'll be in his windup. And the pitch. Swung on, missing. Strike 3. Levy will throw it down to first.
Good fastball right down the middle, maybe a little higher, and got Neri there. Good pitch mix for Stryker to start the at-bat off.
So just like Stewart, Stryker begins his night on the mound with the first batter strikeout. Now we'll bring up Miller here. And the pitch from Stryker to start off Miller, and he's going to ground one to Parham at short, and he can't glove it cleanly. He'll stay with it, but will just eat it and hold it in his pocket.
There'll be an error on Parham over there at shortstop. Just knocked that ball down, but couldn't recover and get it over to first in time.
Aiden Miller, the two-way player, gets on, their first base runner of the night, and the first one for the Generals. So an E6 on that play, and an early base runner for the visiting but home team Generals. And this one is, we're probably going to allude that to a few times on this broadcast, especially for the late joiners who are here spending their night listening to us.
We thank you for listening to us on this beautiful Wednesday night. Has turned out to be beautiful outside after a couple of big storm systems passed through here a little bit ago. But at the same time, this area has needed some rain, and we certainly got that earlier.
First pitch to Christian Castaneda off the glove of Stryker, and he'll quickly flip it over with the one hand to Ferraro, and that will be the second out.
Pushes Aiden Miller over to second base, and Miller, quick guy that can certainly get you some bases on the year.
To quickly set you the umpires for tonight, Jimmy Sapp behind the plate handling the strikes and the balls. Jesus Merle over at first, Vance Coleman, the honorable, over there on the third base side. We'll bring up Willers, a designated hitter.
Yeah, 259 on the year, Willers. 58 at-bats. It's 11 RBIs, 15 strikeouts, 5 walks.
240 to 6-1 rising senior. Takes that first pitch for a strike from Sapp, native of Davenport, Iowa.
It's interesting to see where these guys come from. We got a guy from Iowa here out playing in Waynesboro for the summer. Don't see that too often.
The 0-1 from Stryker. Crosses the plate, and Sapp will ring him up at the 0-2 count. The Stryker gets his 0-2 count, 2 outs, with a runner on second, just as Generals had an opportunity just like this with this situation here. Steps on the rubber. And the left foot goes. Strikers 0-2. Grounded over to third, but Blauser, third base coach there for the Generals, tried to make a play on it, but in foul territory.
Funny enough, for Willards, out of Morningside College in Sioux City, Iowa, the hometown of my whole dad's side of the family. A little fun connection there.
There you go. Small world no matter where you are. Striker with the 0-2. Ready to face Willards again. Number 1 on the mound to the 4-hitter. Hits a ground ball to the second baseman. What a play there by Vanderwood to play the hop. And he throws over the first for the third out. So Striker able to get a strikeout, sit a few guys down, and just like that, on an error, that'll be the only base runner for the Generals. But just like that, it will still be 0-0. We'll be right back here on Tom Sox TV. Welcoming back here to Charlottesville High School. 0-0 your score here between the Tom Sox and the Generals here. Should be a fun one here. Stewart back on the mound. Had a quick little inning there. Had a few runners in the corners. Got out of it with a stolen base attempt there by Colby Wallace, but Go For It gunned him down, and now he'll face Caden Ferraro.
Ferraro up there last inning before Colby Wallace was cut down to end the frame.
So he gets to get a fresh slate, fresh at bat, which is sometimes you like to be batting with the guys on and get a little bit of a pressure situation, but now he gets the leadoff spot here. The 1-0 count from Stewart as he gets sets to deliver. And the pitch, Ferraro fouls him back, and it goes to 1-1.
Yeah, we mentioned Stewart that last inning. Struggled a little bit with his command after getting the first 2 outs pretty easily, and good bounce back for him, for his defense to help him out getting that caught stealing, because he would have been in big trouble with runners on second and third and 2 outs there, and with Ferraro at the dish.
Here comes the 1-1. That one is right down the middle, called a strike. Looks like it just clipped the inner half of the plate. Now with the 1-2 count to Ferraro. One of the two-way players here on the Tom Sox does have a pitching appearance. That came back in a marathon game against the Braves that resulted in an 11-10 loss in extra innings.
He did give them some really good innings in that game, though, that they needed.
And he swung and missed on that one, and that will be a strikeout to Ferraro, and that will be the second one of the game for Stewart.
Tom Sox, third baseman from Jacksonville State.
He's going to bring up Cooper Blauser now, hitting .226 on the year.
Cooper, of course, son of Jeff Blauser, former World Series champion with the Atlanta Braves. Now here, Cooper is in Charlottesville, transferred to Jacksonville State after spending a couple years at Clemson.
First pitch to Blauser outside for ball 1. Blauser, the rising junior. He can play third base, can play shortstop. Today, handling the third base activities. Comes to 1-0. And he's going to sock one into the center field, and that's going to fall for a base hit. The second hit of the night for the Tom Sox. And just like that, they get a 1-out base runner.
8th hit of the season for Blauser, and trying to add to that run scored number as well. Currently 5 runs scored on the season for him. Brings up Nick Parham, who had that error at shortstop early, but has been coming on a little stronger lately than he had a slow start to the season earlier.
And the first pitch to Parham is going to be called a strike there. And back to Cooper Blauser, the Johns Creek, Georgia native. Has 8 hits, as David just mentioned. He does have a double, a triple, and a home run to his name this season.
A triple part of a game in Harrisonburg a few days ago.
The next pitch to Parham is swung and missed on the outside half, and that brings him up to an early 0-2 count.
Part of a team record 3 triple day, and the man currently standing in that first base coach's box, Ryan Wynn, hit the other 2, the first Tom Sox player ever to hit 2 triples in a game. He will be in the lineup for game 2 or later tonight.
And the 0-2 count is swung on and missed, strike 3 on Parham, and that'll be the 3rd strikeout of the night for Stewart.
Stewart's shown some good confidence early on, using that breaking ball to get his strikeouts, and looking to do another one here with Sam Mumma coming up to the plate.
With his 3 strikeouts earlier on now, that's now 10 on the year, or I should say the season here in the summer of the Valley. Now brings up Sam Mumma. Mumma hitting a little bit just under 200, but recently he's been showing a little bit of the offensive spark as he swings and misses there for strike 1. He's been getting on base in big moments.
11-game on-base streak for Mumma was recently snapped. That was the 4th longest on the team at that time, and Mumma also moving schools as well.
We did get confirmation on that, and he'll quickly hit a ground ball right back to Stewart, and he'll flip it over to first for the 3rd out. Tom Sox get a hit, but they don't get a run here. It's still 0-0 here on Tom Sox TV. We'll be right back after the break. Bringing you back here for the bottom half of the 2nd inning. David Argo Macabrom here. If you just joined us recently, 0-0 still your score. Chase Stryker back out for his 2nd inning of work. Had a strikeout back in the bottom half of the 1st. He's going to bring up Elijah Borjas, center fielder today for the Generals.
Borjas hitting 279 on the year. Another one of those guys who's been here in Waynesboro the entire year. 111 at-bats leads the team. That ball almost hits him way high and tight.
That's how Stryker started his first pitch of the game, the high inside. Probably no intentions there as he just missed his mark just by a little bit. But with the 1-0 count, he'll do it again to Borjas. And he fouls out one and pop it up, actually. And it's going to be Blauser with the call. He'll make the catch in foul territory for the 1st out of the 2nd.
Did foul it, to your credit, but also popped it foul in catchable territory.
Originally, when he swung and popped it up, he stepped out to the back like he fouled it away, but then started trotting down the 1st. Just like that, put away for the 1st out. Brings up the catcher, Gorforth, who already has a big throw him out play with getting down Colby Wallace trying to attempt to steal 2nd back in the 1st. Bunt attempt there, pulls away.
Gorforth, another one of those newer additions to Waynesboro, playing his 10th game on the season tonight. And another guy who has appeared both on the mound and at the plate, although more common at the plate so far.
Takes a strike there, 1-1. Gorforth's 3rd appearance of the summer against the Tom Sox. Also has a pitching appearance against them. That was back on June 8th in a 16-1 one-sided affair. Next one is swung on and missed, and it quickly moves to a 1-2 count.
A couple of good fastballs there for Stryker to put him ahead. Gorforth 3 hits on the year, 3 runs scored. One of those 3 hits being a double. Walked 4 times, struck out 5.
And the 1-2, and he's going to sock one in the air. Center who's going out for that, and it's going to be the center fielder coming in to make the play. That's Dean Miho showing off that speed. Had to cover a lot of ground there, David.
And it's been a rotating center fielder spot there. Johnny Lopez, unfortunately, has left the Tom Sox due to a groin injury. He spent plenty of time out there in center field. David Wiley also left the Tom Sox with an injury, and the original center fielder for the Tom Sox, Kate Ballou, left with an oblique injury. So we could definitely say injuries have been a story of the season for Charlottesville, but now Mijos is finding his spot out there in center and playing well.
First pitch is fouled away to Barnett, and as David mentioned, you would keep up with all that you can listen to our podcast, On Deck with the Tom Sox, hosted by Ben Rikosh. Today, Ben, me, Dylan Price, and Mike Bolger did speak about the current situation with the Tom Sox, playoff picture, all that. Here's the 0-1 count is breaks over the plate and called by Sapp for an 0-2 strike count.
You can find that podcast on all major platforms, Spotify, Apple, Google, Amazon, wherever you listen to your podcast. No ads needed. We got you.
And the 0-2 pitch is fouled off and away, and we'll do it again at 0-2. And back to that, we also talked about a little bit of the injury bug that we had to deal with this summer, but talks about how good the Tom Sox depth has been to get them through this and still have the top spot here in the Valley Baseball South Division with the 22-9 record. But with the 0-2 striker, we'll do it again to Barnett. And the pitch. Got him swinging the end of the inning. Big strikeout there for Chase. Striker gets his second of the evening. Still 0-0. We'll see you in the third.
Complete innings of play that
Bringing you back here to Tom Sox TV for the top half of the third. Isaac Vanderwood to lead off things, starting at second base. They may see him at shortstop, the University of Virginia commit. And David, what do you got on Vanderwood's stats this year from high school ball?
Yeah, so Vanderwood with the Tom Sox is playing only his second game. His first in the lineup was supposed to start yesterday before the game got called.
Searching for his first hit still. And he's going to sock one in the air to right field. This one is pretty well hit, and this one is gone! Isaac Vanderwood, welcome to the starting lineup. He sends this one over the fence in right field, and just like that, your Tom Sox lead at 1-0.
Welcome to the lineup, Isaac Vanderwood, the high schooler. We've had a couple of notable high schoolers coming in here, most notably Henry Ford, who set the single-season home run record, and Isaac Vanderwood, another Virginia commit, coming in here and putting in the work early. Had only 5 home runs on the year in high school, as we were going to talk about before he launched that leadoff pitch into right for a no-doubt home run over the 290 sign.
No doubt over the right field. That one went into the trees and probably way beyond to the tracks. And looks like that for the introduction, David. We don't even have to talk about him. You just see it right there with that small sample size. And that first pitch, Dean Mijos, is called a strike. That one got out in a hurry, as you already saw it. The right fielder Gomez quickly turned around and turned back towards us.
No trackman here at Charlottesville High School, but I would certainly say that one was over 100 on the way out. Mijos struck out his first time up.
Trying to avoid being Stewart's 4th strikeout victim of the night. Already has 3 on the night with the first 2 innings.
We should note, just again, that is a 1-0 lead for the away team here in Game 1. Charlottesville, as the away team, does doubleheader. First game is last night's postponed game. That one goes up and in on Mijos.
Moves it to 2-1 to Mijos. That one, I'm still in awe of that home run, David. That one was just, we were talking about the kid talking about his high school stats and
barreled up a fastball and got it out.
The 2-1, Stewart to Mijos. Breaks that over, and Sapp will call that, and it goes to a 2-2 count.
Good steal there from the catcher, Goforth. Looked a little low, and he brought that thing back up, framed it up to get it out.
2-2 count, and Mijos is going to hit one in the other right. This one's pretty well hit, and this one's going to get down, going all the way to the wall. Mijos showing off the speed. He's going into second base, and he'll stand up there. And just like that, back-to-back hits for your Tom Sox. They're in business here.
Batting for the Tom Sox, designated hitter.
Yeah, struggle a little bit there from Stewart. Just getting his pitches a little too over the plate, and second double of the game for Charlottesville, third extra base hit. In fact, all three hits for or 3 of the 4 hits, I should say, for Charlottesville have been for extra bases. And Cale Strickland will come up, flew out to center field his first time up.
Strickland's been swinging the bat very well lately, hitting the 284 mark. Didn't record a hit in the 10-4 victory over the Braves, but had big hits against the Turks in their games just about last week. First pitch to him is upstairs for ball 1.
Multiple hits, 2 of his last 5 games. Walked 2 times, did not record a hit in the last game Sunday against the Braves.
Stewart with the 1-0. Mijos behind him at second base. Looks over and back to his catcher for the signs. The righty deals. That one's in the dirt. 2-0.
Starting to struggle a little bit more with his command is Stewart. We mentioned his stats on the year are a struggle, to say the least, and hoping that he can regain his command here for the Generals and keep this game competitive.
Stewart's 2-0. Fouled by Strickland. Out of play. Strickland has that pop. Has hit a double this year with his 19 hits. Doesn't have a home run, but he can bring in those runs. 14 RBIs, and there's a duck out there on second base in Dean Mijos.
Nobody out as well, looking to capitalize. Had 2 outs last time when they were threatening.
The 2-1 runner goes. Mijos. Throw from Goforth, and he is called out by Vance Coleman. Looked like he got under the tag, but Vance Coleman disagrees, and that's the second time tonight that a Tom Sox stolen base attempt was gunned down by Goforth.
And good arm and awareness by Goforth to get him there. Obviously, a little shorter of a distance than throwing to second base, but that was pretty impressive there, even with the jump that Mijos got to be able to get him.
Now at 3-1, with 1 out, the next pitch to Strickland is called a strike on the outside corner, and it sets it full now.
To that point, Mijos had only been caught now his 3rd time on the year. He's now 7 for 10 on his stolen base attempts.
And the full count pitch is outside for ball 4. Good frame attempt there by Goforth, but that one just caught it a little bit too outside.
Second walk of the day for Stewart, and just missing a little outside to all these right-handed hitters. And Robbie Levy will now step up to the plate for his second at-bat. Doubled his first time up and advanced to third on a wild pitch.
And obviously with Vanderwood being the first lefty of the inning, challenged him with that first pitch inside and took him yard for the early 1-0 lead. Now with the runner on first and 1 out, and that one's going to just bounce into the dirt, and Cale Strickland will easily swipe second. Time is called by Sapp. As David mentioned just about a few pitches ago, that looks like Stewart is struggling a little bit on his command. And not even with the lefty, Levy coming in, that one almost ran in and hit him. That one was spiked in the dirt.
Would also think that the humidity outside has something to do with how he can grip that ball as well.
And the 1-0, Levy swings and misses on that inside pitch again. And now it's 1-1.
Don't see a rosin bag out there for Stewart, so mostly just working out of his own, trying to keep his hand dry and keep that ball in the right place.
1-1, 1 out. Strickland over there on second in this 1-0 game. Levy's going to line one in the right field, and that's going to get down for a base hit. Randy Tomlin will hold Strickland at third. Robbie Levy comes through with a base hit in the 5th hit of the night for the Tom Sox.
I think that was a wise decision to hold Strickland there at third base. Given the arm I just saw out there from Gialdry Gomez in right field, fired that thing in to Christian Castaneda at first, and they certainly would have had a chance to get Strickland there if he tried to stretch it all the way in.
So now, once again, runners in the corners for the Tom Sox like back in the first, but no run came around to score on that one. It's Colby Wallace who walked his first time up, got caught stealing by Goforth for his first attempt of the night. And the first pitch to Wallace is swung on and missed for the first strike of the at-bat. Levy with a great piece of hitting, found that open gap into right field. Now the Tom Sox in business to get some runs here in the third. The 0-1 pitch. The left foot goes up. Just outside goes to 1-1.
Still missing outside just a little bit from Stewart. It's not like he's missing far out, too. It's just a couple inches outside, right around the paint of that left-handed batter's box. And now 1-1 to Colby Wallace.
And Wallace is going to hit one in, but that one's going to go foul. And we'll move to count to 1-2.
Wallace, we mentioned, Tom Sox is qualified leader, at least in batting average, at .347. 25 hits on the year, now 11 walks after he walked in the first inning here. And looking for his 14th RBI on the year.
Stewart looking for a big strikeout here. The 1-2 pitch on the breaking ball will foul it away off to the fence. They'll do it again at 1-2 with the runners on the corner.
Wallace, a player who's looking to make an even bigger impact for ECU next season. Obviously, the ECU to Charlottesville pipeline has been very great, as we will talk about later on tonight. But Wallace, another one of those guys who's looking to be
inside, and that's going to hit him on the wrist. So now it's going to load the bases for the Tom Sox. Hopefully Wallace is okay.
Looks like he will be all right. Take a little slower walk out down to first, and I think he had a little bit of stuff on that hand, some equipment on that hand that helped him not make that any worse. But now, as you mentioned, bases juiced for Charlottesville, and big power threat in Caden Ferraro coming back up to the plate here.
Ferraro 0 for 1 today with the strikeout. He was the second strikeout victim of Stewart, trying to avoid that this time with the bases loaded. Takes that first pitch outside for ball 1.
No home runs on the year yet for Ferraro. Does have 3 doubles and 4 RBI, but for the Blinn Buccaneers on the year.
And it looks like he's going to tighten the strap of his leg guard there.
For Blinn on the year, Ferraro, 384 with 18 home runs. A team that won the JUCO National Championship. So he certainly has that power potential. Just got to get it going.
The 1-0 is called a strike again on that outside corner. Goes to 1-1. It's number 35. Strickland at third. Levy at second. Over on first, Wallace with 1 out. The 1-1. Breaking ball sailed a bit upstairs, and it goes to 2-1.
He's still trying to grip that ball and get some sweat and get some humidity off of that baseball, as you can see him out there on the mound.
Ferraro with a little bit of a shimmy there. The 2-1 in the dirt, and that falls to 3-1. And for Stewart, runner over there on third with the bases loaded, does not want to walk in a run here. Already falling behind early in this one. And this is a shorter game, as we mentioned. 2 games of a doubleheader. This is game 1.
This game as well, important for Waynesboro to conserve their arms for the second game.
3-1 is over the plate, called a strike. Ferraro didn't really agree with that one, but we'll run it full here with the bases loaded with 1 out.
Of course, yesterday, having the day off did give all their pitchers an extra day of rest, which certainly helps, but a Waynesboro roster who has lost a bunch of pitchers due to injury and other factors, and
fouled off.
Fouls that one back, and a pretty small roster at this point for the Generals, looking to do everything they can to conserve and keep it rolling as they approach their final 6+ games of the season.
3-2 from Stewart to Ferraro. That one's in the dirt for ball 4, so the Tom Sox will tack in another run. It's going to be Cale Strickland coming around on the merry-go-round.
Third walk of the day for Stewart, who now has 16 walks on the season to 10 strikeouts.
A big one there for the Tom Sox.
That will go down as another RBI for Ferraro, his 5th of the year.
Brings up someone who came around the team just the same amount of length of time. Cooper Blauser takes ball 1 outside.
Blauser, a grounder single through the left side in his first at-bat.
Did have a home run in that marathon in Stanton. Sent it to the trees that they have over there in center field, David. They have a nice backdrop over there for the Braves.
Always enjoy my trips out there to John Moxley Stadium in Stanton, and they do have some weird rules with what is and what isn't a home run out there at Moxley Stadium, but it was a no-doubter. Rules didn't matter for that one.
2-0 upstairs, and it goes to a 3-0 count already after suffering the walk there earlier.
For Stewart, this is you need this at-bat to keep your confidence alive after a couple walks to hit batter before.
The 3-0, that runs way inside, and that will be another walk on the bases loaded for the Tom Sox. Robbie Levy will trek on in, and it's a 3-0 Tom Sox lead.
We see interim head coach Jared Kirkman walk out there on the mound to talk with Stewart. Nobody throwing yet in the bullpen. We do have a good number of two-way guys on this Waynesboro staff that could come in at any time, but certainly do not want to see this if you're a Generals fan, and walking in runs is probably the last thing you need if you are Waynesboro looking to stay in the playoff race.
It's going to bring back up Nick Parham, who struck out to end the second his last time up. With 1 out, Parham's coming up, Muma on deck, and the guy who led off the innings in the hole there with Vanderwood.
Certainly do not want to see this inning go around if you're Waynesboro. Only 1 out still on the board, and back-to-back-to-back 3 free passes for Waynesboro as Kirkman will give Stewart a pat in the back, leave him in, and we will keep rolling here with Stewart on the mound here from Charlottesville High School. Hopefully help him boost his confidence. We did mention the interim tag on Jared Kirkman. Matty Holm, the previous head coach for Waynesboro, did depart earlier last week, and Kirkman inherited that head coach role. Nice young guy getting some good experience here in the Valley League, as for the first time tonight the sun has shown itself here at 7:41 in the evening.
And the first pitch to Parham, swinging and missing for the first strike.
Looking to avoid his second straight strikeout is Parham. Struck out on 3 pitches in the second inning.
Here comes the 0-1. Outside, and they're going to have a snap throw over to home, and coming home is Wallace. The throw home is going to be in time. They're going to get him. He ran super late. Jimmy Sapp with the call, and a big second out there for the Generals.
Wallace caught stealing for the second time in as many plate appearances for him. And first 2 caught stealings of the year, he was 4 for 4 before that time.
That's 2 now in this inning, 3 total for the General staff. Defense, I should say. That was a good trick play there, too, to try to catch that guy at second sleeping. Now the 0-2 to Parham, and he's going to pop one up. Miller back there, but it's going to be the center fielder trekking in. That's Borjas making the catch, and that's going to retire the side. Tom Sox get a few hits. They get 3 here, and they get 3 big runs. A big home run by Isaac Vanderwood to start the party, and a big single there by Robbie Levy. And then a few walks coming in, more runs. 3-0, but we'll be right back here on Tom Sox TV, going in the bottom half of the third. back here, Tom Sox TV, where your Tom Sox just recently took a 3-0 lead. David, what do we see in that top half of the third for the Tom Sox?
Good threat from Charlottesville, certainly helped out by the Generals pitcher Clayton Stewart, who couldn't find the strike zone there for a long time, but help of his defense, couple runners caught on the base paths and got out of it.
Chase Stryker back out for his third inning of work. First pitch to Gomez. Swung on a miss for strike one. Gomez, one of the better hitters in this lineup, hitting .256 on the summer. Looking to add to it right now, especially down 3 early in this one.
This is not a skimpy Waynesboro lineup.
Very good numbers here for this Waynesboro lineup, most of them in the high 200s. Did have nary in the 300 mark there.
It's a .274 batting average that ranks second in the Valley League among all 12 teams.
That one checked outside. Did he go? No, he did not on the call from Vince. Coleman down at third, so now it's runs up to a 2-1 count.
Gomez,
nope,
one of those guys who arrived about halfway through the season and has been making an impact ever since.
The product of Seminole State College of Florida, just like our very own Johnny Lopez, who, just as David mentioned earlier, is done for the season for Charlottesville, but last time these two were together here, they did talk pregame. And now the 3-1 from Stryker, and he's going to chop it over to the second baseman Vanderwood. He's going to glove it cleanly and flip it over to first for the first out of the third.
Good play there by Vanderwood to hustle over to first baseman and Caden Ferraro.
Second glove flip of the day for Vanderwood.
That gives us the final hitter in this Waynesboro lineup who has not batted yet. That is Cesar Murillo. Playing in game number 29, so a mainstay in this Waynesboro lineup this season.
Murillo started this season, and especially in their first meeting, as he takes a strike there, 0-1. First meeting against the Tom Sox was in that leadoff spot, and kind of trickled his way around the lineup, the Passaic, New Jersey native. The 0-1 breaks outside. That moves to 1-1.
Certainly not a 9-hitter in that we're putting our worst hitter in the 9 spot. He is sort of that double leadoff that we see a lot of coaches utilize now in that 9 hole.
Stands at 5'8", and he'll ground one over to Blauser, and that's going to hit the bag, and that's going to stay fair. Blauser can only just pick it up as a little bit of baseball magic there, a little bounce for Generals, and they'll get a big base hit there.
That will definitely go down as a single. Nothing Blauser could do there to rescue that one, and just took a couple weird hops off of the grass that is certainly still a little wet from the rain that we saw earlier, and then hits the bag and takes another weird hop that makes Blauser go to it. Still kind of lucky that just only turned into a single, not hit hard enough to go anywhere further, but still, let's say one-out base runner for the Generals, and somebody who could certainly make some moves on the base paths is Murillo with 17 stolen bags to lead the team on the year.
And for Murillo, that's his 25th hit of the summer in 93 at-bats. So that .261 average pickoff attempt there, he'll slide back in there safely.
For Charlottesville, with no rules on the pickoff attempts like there is in the major leagues, you ought to work on Murillo, try to keep him close, and also keep Calneri, their leading hitter, off balance.
So although it's a 3-0 lead, as the 0-1, there goes the pitch. Levy with the snap throw down, and the throw is not in time. He gets in there safely. So David called it into existence.
18th stolen bag on the year for 5'9" Murillo. Certainly that smaller frame helps him get moving, and now it's a runner in scoring position with one away for the Generals.
Shows off that speed. Does have multi stolen base games this summer. His last one came against the Braves in a 7-3 loss back on the 13th of July. The 0-1 swung on and miss for strike 2. So Kyle Neri already with a 0-2 count, the first strikeout victim of Stryker tonight.
Led off the game, and again, a reminder that this is a home game for the Generals, so they will bat in the bottom of the 7th, no matter what.
The 0-2 is just missed outside. We saw Sapp give that call already tonight, but he backs away from that one and runs it to 1-2.
Stryker working, trying to paint the corners, just gets a little off there, and we'll look to get on the right side of it this at-bat. Or this pitch, I should say.
The 1-2 Stryker ready to go. Runner on second. In Murillo, the 1-2. That one's going to be break, but popped up. Colby Wallace, no tag is the yell by Levy behind the plate, and Wallace squeezes that away, and it's now 2 outs for Stryker.
That's 0 for 2 on the leadoff hitter for the Generals as the train passes by just beyond right field here at Charlottesville High School. Ball that was hit right on time just got a little too off the handle of the bat and gets right into position for Colby Wallace to be able to catch and make it now a runner on second with 2 away for the Generals, and Aiden Miller, the hometown kid, stepping up for Waynesboro.
It's now a big opportunity here for Waynesboro. 2 outs, so if Miller can find the hole here, you got to see that Murillo's going to get that wave home since there's 2 outs. First pitch to Miller's outside for ball 1 downstairs.
Miller reached on an error his first time up on the first pitch of his at-bat. Grounded it over to Nick Parham. Took a little bit of a weird hop, and Parham could not get over first base in time.
That one's over the plate and called for a strike, 1-1.
Striker's really been working his pitch selection super well so far this game. Working the fastball there to perfection. He certainly was not expecting that, and gets on the right side here. Now 1-1 with 2 away, and Murillo on second.
The Waynesboro native takes a called strike there, and it goes to 1-2.
Got a couple of Charlottesville natives on the Tom Sox roster. Got a couple of Waynesboro area natives on this Generals roster. Kealo Smith, wearing number 20 today, is out of Fishersville, which is right outside of Waynesboro.
And the 1-2, Murillo with a little bit of a dance, but doesn't go there.
Jackson Sherman, who wears the number 11 jersey for the Generals, also out of Waynesboro, but a pretty diverse roster in terms of where these guys are from for the Generals. Got guys out of New Jersey, Iowa, as we mentioned, with a couple of their guys, North Carolina, Florida, kind of all over the place for Waynesboro, as same here for Charlottesville.
1-2, fouled that one off again, so we'll run it again at 1-2. And David, you look at also when it comes to our Tom Sox with our interns, Kaylee Trent, she lives not too far outside of Waynesboro, so it's all over the rosters no matter where you go, staff or players.
But we also got our guys from out of town, as one Matt Cabram sitting right to my right, of Long Island, New York.
On Long Island, baby. The 1-2 count, striker sets to go. Murillo still making a buzz over there on second base. The 1-2 pitch, and he'll foul it again for the 3rd straight pitch to that left side.
7th pitch of the at-bat coming here for Aiden Miller, 264 on the season, as we mentioned. Lowered down a little bit after reaching on an error in that first plate appearance, but still a good fight from here against Striker. Fouling off 3 straight pitches after taking 2 fastballs in the zone.
Still 3-0 your Tom Sox lead. Striker trying to limit any damage here. The 1-2 just missed, as we had about the whole team walking over to the dugout, but Jimmy Sapp says, slow your roll, boys. We're running this again.
We'll do the 2-2 again with 2 away, and Waynesboro, high-scoring team.
The 2-2? Did he go? They're going to say he did not go. Jesus Morel said he did not go around, so we'll run it full to 3-2, 2 outs, with number 2 over there on second base for the Generals.
That's a tough call. It could have gone either way. Obviously, we can't really tell from here in the press box whether he is on that plane like Morel can down there at first, but he'll get another chance now, 3-2 against Striker.
Murillo won't be going because the base is unoccupied at first, and that's ball 4. So Chase Striker thought he ended the inning 2 pitches ago, and now he has to face another batter.
First walk of the day for Striker, who has avoided giving up free passes a lot on the season. Only his 7th
now on the summer
of the year, to now 22 strikeouts. So, again, as we mentioned, Striker, along with Bobby Olson, really pacing the starting pitching for Charlottesville, which has been, just like the lineup, decimated due to injuries.
Castaneda back up. He'll take strike 1 from Sapp. Came into this game just hitting under 200. 0 for 1 today. Grounded back out to Striker to start his first at-bat of the night. So 1-3 put out. Colorado State University Pueblo player takes strike 2, and it goes 0-2.
Now Striker, after walking that last batter, he did get ahead 0-2, or was down 1-2 against Miller. Now 0-2 on Castaneda.
The next one is outside. Goes to 1-2 now.
Castaneda 290 on the year, as you mentioned, 1-3 put out in his first at-bat, somebody who's been really reliable for the Generals in the outfield this year.
And the 1-2 pitch, fouled off and away, and we'll do it again. Striker with quick getting to work earlier in these past few games, but now he's running up, in this game, but now running up the pitch clock, or the pitch count on this one. The 1-2 with 2 outs.
It's good for Waynesboro to make him work and try to get to that Tom Sox bullpen earlier rather than later.
And the 1-2's fouled over our head. That one goes out.
That is doing some counting here. 2 foul balls to Castaneda so far, 3 in that last at-bat, and now they're really making Striker work here. That's 5 foul balls in the inning, plus a whole lot more pitches to most of these guys. 3-2 count, obviously, on the last batter. So making them work here.
And the 1-2 again, and he's going to pop him up in the center at the warning track. It's Mijos, and he'll squeeze it away for the third out.
For the Generals in the third,
Murillo will get the only hit in the inning for the Generals, but no one comes around the score. Still 3-0. Your Tom Sox lead it. We're headed to the top half of the fourth. Nothing is your score here from Charlottesville High School. Tom Sox, the away team, leads at 3-0 here going into their fourth inning of the offense. Leading this one off is Sam Muma, 0 for 1 today. Grinded back out to Stewart in his first at-bat.
It is interesting. We do see Stewart come back out here. I mentioned the difficulty that the Generals are facing in terms of their bullpen availability. We do have Travis Farrell warming up out there in the pen in left field, but Stewart will stay on for now and try and work another inning.
First pitch is thrown into the dirt, and that moves it to 1-0 to Muma.
We did leave off a couple innings ago as Muma ended the inning with, he does have a new destination that he's going to.
Yes, he is going to, I believe it's Jacksonville State University.
Jacksonville University, actually. His teammate Cooper Blauser with the Tom Sox is going to Jacksonville State.
There you go. Those are the two that got me mixed up.
Sam Muma making his way to Jacksonville. He will likely face his former team in the Florida Gators this year, as they normally play a 2 or 3 game series, but we see Jimmy Sapp out here visiting Stewart. Obviously, we mentioned Stewart is struggling a lot with his command, just trying to keep that ball dry, and likely a visit out there to make sure that that is the case and that humidity is not doing too much of the ball that it would be.
The 1-1 pitch from Stewart outside. And now it's 2-1. There's going to be a mound visit again. Muma with the 2-1 count. They'll step away for a quick second.
This might be the hook for Stewart here. This could have just been a play to put him out here so that Jared Kirkman could get some work out of Farrell in the bullpen. He did just go out there right as the last Generals defensive inning was ending. So
For Muma, 3 doubles on the year. Does have a triple to his record this summer.
I don't know if they're talking strategy here. We do see Sapp out there in center field along with Kirkman and the entire Generals defense, and Stewart will exit. So a success from Kirkman to get a few more warm-up pitches in there for Farrell, but now Farrell will come into the game, and we will tell you more about him when we come back.
We'll be right back here on Tom Sox TV. The Generals go to a pitching change. Called to the bullpen for the Generals in this 3-0 lead for the Tom Sox. And they're going to go to the Las Vegas, Nevada native in Travis Farrell. What do we got on Travis, David?
Yeah, Farrell, new to the Generals, out of Colorado State Pueblo. Teammates with a couple of other Generals players here. But for Farrell, his second appearance on the year, as you mentioned, 2 innings, allowed 1 unearned run, 2 walks, no strikeouts so far. But as we turn to his collegiate stats, 6.29 ERA in 3 and 4 in 13 appearances. 10 of those were starts for the Colorado State Pueblo team, the Thunderwolves, one of the best mascot names in
That's what I say.
all of the NCAA, and 48 and 2/3 innings. So he definitely has gotten some work, and now he's here and pitching for the Waynesboro Generals, and he comes in a spot where this at-bat could be credited to him. It could not be credited to him, depending on what happens. Obviously, if given there he comes in mid-at-bat, if there is a 2-1 count, if he gets walked, then that will not be credited to Farrell, but instead to the starter, Stewart. But outside of that, Stewart's line is pretty much closed.
Inherits a 2-1 count. Muma swings and misses, and that runs it to 2-2.
You see a slow breaking ball there out of Stewart. We'll see what else he's got. It's outside of his fastball.
And Farrell with the 2-2 goes outside, runs it to full. It's 3-2.
Speaking of that fastball, that was what you just saw there, and trying to avoid walking the batter, although it would only be 2 pitches to do so.
Full count pitch in the dirt for ball 4, so Muma on early with the walk. After all that, the first base runner of the inning for the Tom Sox.
And that walk should be credited, I believe, to Clayton Stewart. Indeed it is. That is walk number 5 for Stewart, and that will officially close his line.
Or it's still open with the runner still being on first.
That's correct.
And the first pitch to Vanderwood. Fouled away for the first strike. Vanderwood greeted his first at-bat in the starting lineup back in the 3rd with a solo shot over the right field fence for the early Tom Sox 1-0 lead.
His first hit with the Tom Sox on the year.
And the 0-1 is going to be, that's going to hit him in the box. Late call there by Sapp. That moves it to 0-2.
For Vanderwood, that was his first at-bat of the year. His second plate appearance. He had walked once in a previous game and scored a run. So it moves the on-base percentage, keeps that at 1, and that will put the slugging percentage at an even 4.0. And I don't know, he'll try to keep that up here. I don't know if he will be able to, but we shall see.
Vanderwood, the UVA commit with the 0-2 count. Outside from Farrell, 1-2.
In a year where we just saw the MLB draft and the Virginia Cavaliers recruiting class got pretty decimated in the first few rounds, they will be glad to see this guy show up on grounds very soon.
The 1-2 pitch breaking over the plate, called strike 3 from Jimmy Sapp. That one was very emphatic.
That was a great changeup there from Travis Farrell to get Vanderwood in. As I mentioned, that slugging percentage now falls down back to only 2.0. Not to discount him any, but that brings up Mijos now, and he'll face the top of the order for the first time.
And Mijos, first pitch swinging, fouled and away. Mijos, 1 for 2 today. Struck out early in his first at-bat, had a double in the last one. Was caught stealing by Goforth.
You do still see Muma over on first. A threat to steal is Muma, 4 on the year.
Outside, 2-1, or still 1-1.
Mijos on the day, 1 for 2. Doubled his last time up, got caught stealing trying to go to third. On a great throw by Luke Goforth.
That one over the plate, called a strike, and that moves it to 1-2.
It's been refreshing for Waynesboro to see these guys out of the bullpen after Clayton Stewart struggled with command to end his outing. Now we see Farrell, pumping fastballs right in the zone.
1-2 pitch. Mijos is going to line one into center field. That's going to get down for a base hit. Muma stops at second. And just like that, the Tom Sox with 2 guys on with 1 out.
Bobbled a little bit out there in center field by the center fielder Elijah Borjas, but no harm, no foul for Charlottesville. As now there's 2 on with 1 out in the top of the 4th.
Kel Strickland coming up for the 3rd time today. Flying out to center field. Walked his last time up, so 0 for 1 on the early evening.
Scored the 2nd run of the ball game for Charlottesville, did Strickland.
Takes the upstairs for ball 1, and Strickland has been an RBI machine recently, has 14 as we mentioned earlier, and big opportunity with Muma over there to show the speed at second and 1 out. The 1-0. Farrell's set to go. Breaks it slow over the plate, called a strike. 1-1.
Slow breaking ball going right over the plate has been effective so far. I don't think the Charlottesville hitters are necessarily used to that speed compared to how fast his fastball has been going. So a good change of velocity there for Travis Farrell.
1-1 called a strike. Strickland disagrees, shakes his head. 1-2.
Strickland is the DH for game 1, so does not have that fun umpire-catcher relationship that he would have if he were behind the plate, which he is on many days.
The 1-2 sails outside, evens it up at 2-2. Mijos on first, Muma on second, the 2-2 count. With 1 out, here comes Strickland. And he's going to sock one through the hole. That's going to get through for a base hit. Randy Tomlin's going to give Muma the wave. Here's a throw from Neri. And a cutoff at the plate. Throw down the third. Goes Mijos, and the Tom Sox take a 4-0 lead.
You mentioned the RBI machine. Strickland adds another one. That's number 15 on the year for him now, and gives Tom Sox another important insurance run now. As, speaking of RBI machines, the team leader among active players, and actually among players as a whole in Robbie Levy, steps up with 20 to his name on the year.
Big opportunity coming up for Levy with Mijos over there on third with 1 out. Strickland over at first. Strickland was able to find the gap on that left side between between the shortstop and the third baseman as he fouled that one off. It's 0-1.
A good hustle from Dean Mijos to make it all the way over Goforth to third. Obviously, we mentioned 2 of the fastest players on this Tom Sox team, and Mijos now sits with runners on the corners and only one out.
One. Levy's going to chop one to the left side. That's going to bring home Mijos. They'll go to short way at second for one, and it'll be safe at first. So the double play is voided. A run comes home, and the Tom Sox have a 5-0 lead.
Make Robbie Levy 2 for 3 now on the game, but give him his 21st RBI on the season with that one, as the 6'4" fielder's choice goes in the book and scores Charlottesville's 5th run of the game.
So a big run there for the Tom Sox. Early 5-0 lead as the away team at home, as we mentioned just a few times in this one. Game 1 of a doubleheader. The first pitch to Kobe Wallace is outside. It's 1-0.
Wallace does not have an at-bat on the day. He is 0 for 0 with a hit by pitch, a walk, and has been caught stealing twice.
Takes out a ball. It's going to go 2-0.
One of those at second base, the other one at third base. Or excuse me, the second one trying to extend to steal home.
Takes it downstairs. It goes to 3-0.
If you're Waynesboro, you might just want to put Charlottesville's leading hitter on and try and avoid further damage.
The 3-0 count runs way inside, and that will be ball 4. It's the 3rd time today Wallace has been on base. 2 walks, a hit by pitch. Hopefully he'll try to avoid the caught stealing merry-go-round he's on right now, as he's been caught twice. Try to steal second and then attempted to steal home.
We've seen the Waynesboro Generals try to pitch to him inside the entire night just to try and get him out of the way, but now we get a righty on lefty matchup as Caden Ferraro steps in the box.
First pitch to him is outside for ball 1. Levy over on second.
For 0 for 1 on the day, did walk and advance to third base his last time up. That walk did count as an RBI as the bases were loaded for the Tom Sox. As Jack McMullen now occupies the first base coach's box.
The 1-0 goes up in the attic again, goes to 2-0.
And we've seen that command that Farrell showed early dissipate pretty quickly, and now he's in a tough spot. 2-0 with 2 outs.
Ferraro fouls that one back. Goes to 2-1. 2-1 with 2 outs. 2 runners on for the Tom Sox. They have scored 2 in this inning, David, but they have the 5-0 lead.
And by the way, that Strickland hit did close the line for Clayton Stewart. Finishes with 3 innings, 5 hits, 4 earned runs, 5 walks, 3 strikeouts.
And the 2-1 in the dirt. Moves it to a hitter's count for Ferraro. Goes to 3-1.
We mentioned that power potential that Ferraro has. We saw already one Tom Sox lefty hit one over that right field fence in Vanderwood, and
we won't see Ferraro do it there, as that's ball 4. So another walk in this one.
It's now 2 straight walks for Travis Farrell that will load the bases for Charlottesville, and Cooper Blauser will get a chance to get his another RBI or 2 on the day after he walked to record his first on the day in his last at-bat, or his last plate appearance, I should say.
It's now 7 walks for the Generals pitching staff. First pitch to Blauser, runs inside for ball 1.
Just to note for Charlottesville, the season high in walks taken in both the 9-inning games has been 13. They did it twice, both early in the season, and not walked double-digit times since, or only once, I should say, since all the way back on June 8th.
2-0 as Blauser fouls that one off, and just as David mentioned, 13 is that high total for most walks in a game, and they're already halfway through on the good side of the halfway with 7 of the 13 already here in this 4th.
Of course, this is a 7-inning game, too, so
the 2-1. Downstairs, 3-1.
Farrell's totally lost his command here, and I don't know if you're Waynesboro, you've already used up 2 mound visits, so
3-1's inside for ball 4, so Blauser will draw another walk. Another run will come around to score, and that moves the game to a 6-0 Charlottesville lead. And that's
Tough.
3 straight, my bad, David.
Tough to see for Waynesboro for Farrell to come out so hot and then just his command totally gets lost here as keeps losing these guys outside, and now Nick Parham will attempt to get on for the first time tonight, and Waynesboro will attempt to avoid the Tom Sox batting around.
First pitch to Parham, called a strike. 3 straight walks for the Tom Sox hitters. They have an early 6-0 lead here in this fourth, or I can't really say early anymore. This one's a 7-inning game. Takes strike 2, and it moves it to an 0-2 count to Parham. The base is juiced. Farrell ready to go. The 0-2. Parham's going to sock one through, and that's going to be gloved quickly by the second baseman. Miller flipped over to Murillo, and that's going to retire the side. But it doesn't until 3 Tom Sox come around the score in this one, and they lead this one 6-0. We're going into the bottom half of the fourth. David Argo is going to welcome you guys back and take us the rest of the way through in this short affair. We'll be right back here on Tom Sox TV.
Welcome back to Charlottesville High School. The Charlottesville Tom Sox and the Waynesboro Generals facing off here in the bottom of the fourth inning, with Charlottesville holding a 6-0 lead over the homestanding Waynesboro Generals. David Argo, Matt Cabram back with you for this one, as Waynesboro will step up to the dish, and Jason Willers will get his second at-bat of the day. Grounded out his first time up in the first.
Waynesboro only with 1 hit in this early game. That was Cesar Murillo back in the third, just last inning ago. But other than that, Chase Stryker still wheeling and dealing here, coming out for his 4th inning of work.
Yeah, Stryker's been really effective so far for Charlottesville. 3 innings, 1 hit, as that one struck out to left field, and that one will be over the fence. That is a solo home run for Jason Willers, and all of a sudden Waynesboro is on the board. Second hit of the day, first home run of the day for Willers, and it's a 6-1 ball game now for Charlottesville.
Just like that, they get a run in there, trying to make some noise, as that was Colby Wallace out in left field, twisting and turning, and then he just looked up and realized he ran out of room, and that ball was out of here, and just like that, it's a 5-run game now. Charlottesville still leads. And what a good piece of hitting there by Willers on the 0-1 pitch.
First home run of the year for Willers, as Stryker looks to deal now with 5 runs of insurance to Elijah Borges, who comes up for the second time. Flew out to the third baseman in foul territory his first time up. And a lucky fan gets to carry that home run ball back to his house, as that one swung on and missed by Borges. Count goes 0-2 quickly.
Now 16 hits for Willers on the year, and that's his 12th RBI with that long ball.
First home run, as we mentioned. Good for him to finally get a tally in that sense, as that one, good breaking ball, swung on and missed, and going down for the second time will be Borges, first by strikeout, and the third strikeout of the day for Chase Stryker.
Stryker just adding to the strikeout total. That's now 23 on the summer.
And Luke Goforth, the catcher who's caught 3 runners stealing already today, comes up. And he pops the first pitch up. First baseman Ferraro in foul territory has it. And that'll be second out of the inning for the Generals.
And how about that for Stryker? You give up the long ball, and then you get 2 quick outs. You get the big strikeout on 3 pitches, and then 1 pitch, 1 out. So 6 total pitches in this inning now for Stryker, David, and it gone home run, strikeout, pop out to first in foul territory.
And now he'll face a guy who he already struck out once in Sion Barnett. First pitch to Barnett. Offers, did not go, and it'll go down as ball number 1, a little low was the pitch.
Sion Barnett does have a home run to his summer in his 19 hits, hitting .238 coming into this one.
That one, a good hit out to left field, just gets just to the right of the foul line, and striking that into a double will be Sion Barnett. So Waynesboro finally showing some offense here in the 4th inning as Barnett goes for a double, his 4th double of the season.
4th double on the summer, 20 total hits to his name in his 81 at-bats. And he does have stolen bases, so although he's on second base, we'll keep his eye on that.
And that'll bring up Gialdry Gomez, who grounded out his first time up.
And that was just back to the double by Barnett. I mean, just a great piece of hitting, David. Just right over the barrel of the bat and just over the head of Blauser. Nothing you can do there. He climbed the ladder and just couldn't come up with it. And big double there for Barnett. And after a home run, even though there's 2 outs, a little bit of a 2-out rally here for the Generals.
And we will, in fact, not see Gialdry Gomez, but instead see a pinch hitter in Kealo Smith. He'll step to the plate for the first time tonight to face Chase Stryker. 2 away, 6-1 score, and first one goes inside for a 1-0 count. On the season for Kealo Smith, he's listed as he is number 20. Smith on the season, just getting started with the Generals. The pitch hits the inside corner for strike number 1.
Smith from Fisherville, Virginia. We mentioned him earlier.
Playing in his first game in a Generals uniform tonight.
From Bluefield College.
Home of former Tom Sox pitcher Lucas Cash, as that pitch goes down and outside for 2-1 count.
5'7", so someone in the lineup that is actually shorter than Cesar Murillo, just about an inch shorter. The rising sophomore for Bluefield.
As Smith now swings and misses at the high heat from Stryker, that makes it 2-2.
Now a big opportunity here for Stryker. It's a 2-2 count and 2 outs. Trying to get out of this one and just limit the damage to 1 run.
That 1 run being that solo home run that led off the inning and made it 6-1, where it currently stands right now with Charlottesville, the away team, leading the home team Waynesboro. That pitch bounces out of the left-handed batter's box, and that count will now run full to 3-2 with 2 runners, with 2 out and runner at first.
Still no action in the Tom Sox bullpen, so this one is still all strikers to deal with this 5-run advantage.
And likewise in the Waynesboro bullpen, we will see Travis Farrell come back out for his second inning of work. Stryker paints that one in, a beautiful pitch right down the middle, gets Kealo Smith, and Chase Stryker able to limit the damage, just giving up the 1 home run. And that'll be it for the bottom of the 4th. We will come back, top of the 5th, Tom Sox back up after this. Welcome back to Charlottesville. Tom Sox 6-1 lead, entering the 5th inning of this first game of a doubleheader. 7 inning games here. As I said, Travis Farrell was going to come back out. There was nobody warming in the Waynesboro bullpen, but we do have a new arm in C.J. Harrison for the Generals.
Comes up on the Point Streak website as C.J. Harrison. So very excited for him out there. Another one of those two-way players. Does have one at-bat on the year. But for his pitching status, 0-2 with a 9.44 ERA in his 7 games, 6 2/3 innings pitched, 7 strikeouts.
First pitch upstairs to Sam Muma, coming up for the 3rd time today. Walked and scored a run his last time up. Pitch hits the outside corner for strike 1, and count quickly 1-1 to Sam Muma. 1-3 ground in his first time up was Muma, facing his 3rd different pitcher on the night in 3 different plate appearances, although that last at-bat was split between Clayton Stewart and Travis Farrell. Now Harrison swings and misses on the high heat, does Sam Muma, and quickly 1 out for the Generals, as now coming up to the plate will be the man who got the score and started for Charlottesville in Isaac Vanderwood.
Vanderwood struck out his last time up, took one looking. And for Harrison, that's a pretty big strikeout because, as we mentioned, in a very short 7-inning game, running out of outs, they got to keep this game limited to 5 runs.
First pitch fouled off behind the backstop for Vanderwood. Was told a nice little fact by our own Mike Bolger, sitting to my left, that we do have a tree down in right field due to the storms that happened earlier, but the Tom Sox bullpen, that did not stop them. They went out digging for the first collegiate home run ball of Isaac Vanderwood's career, and it has been successfully obtained. That pitch in the zone. Count goes 1-1.
Gotta love that for the team morale. You just joined the team late, and your teammates are already out there in the woods searching for your first collegiate home run. So that's some love there for the Charlottesville Tom Sox.
Especially as you look towards the championship. That one also launched out to right field. Could it be 2? It is not. Caught on the run by the new right fielder and Kealo Smith.
As the benches still loving how deep that one went. But what a play there by Kealo Smith, running all the way to the wall, giving up his body that crashed into the fence.
That one just to the left of the 365-foot power alley out there in right center, and probably 5 feet or less from being a home run for Isaac Vanderwood, which would have been his 2nd on the day. And now Dean Mijos will step up for the 4th time in 5 innings.
Got a question for you, David, but I'll let you call this first pitch.
Pitch from Harrison. Goes inside, but in the zone for strike 1 on Dean Mijos.
For a player making their debut in the lineup, has a Tom Sock ever gone deep twice in their first game?
I'd have to go back on that. I know Cole Wagner, who played back in 2022, is that one grounded to the shortstop Murillo over to first, and that ends the inning. Let's follow up on that when we come back here on Tom Sox TV. Welcome back to Charlottesville. Tom Sox up 6-1 in the bottom of the 5th. Generals due up. You asked me last half inning, my 8 years with the Tom Sox, had I ever seen a player hit 2 home runs in their debut? The answer, I believe, to the best of my knowledge, is no. However, we have had 2 players have a 2 home run game in their 2nd game as a Tom Sox. That will be 2022 Cole Wagner, who had one of the best all-time offensive seasons for the Tom Sox, went deep twice in his 2nd game of his career here at Charlottesville back in 2022. That was at home here against Stanton, and the other one came this season. Do you remember who it was?
Top of my head, I should know that. You kind of just put me on the spot here.
How long do I have to wait?
You can just say it right now.
It was one Cade Ballou,
Wow.
who hit 2 home runs in the second game of the season here against the Culpeper Cavaliers. Was the first home game of the year here at Charlottesville High School, which Cade Ballou blasted 2 of them over that right field flagpole and got off to a great start as we start this bottom of the 5th inning with Cesar Murillo against Shea Stryker. Grounds that first one to the shortstop, who's now Isaac Vanderwood, moves over from second base. Fires over to first base, but not in time, so an infield single for Murillo. He will reach for the second time tonight. The only player for this Waynesboro team to reach in both of his plate appearances so far, or actually, check that, the first one to do so with 2 hits.
Was Miller.
Aiden Miller reached on an error his first time up, but the first Waynesboro player with a multi-hit game today. And mentioned that defensive change with the second baseman and shortstop swapping, as they often do in Randy Tomlin's lineup. Vanderwood moves over to shortstop and Parham over to second. Throwing over to first is Stryker, as he now faces the leadoff man, Cal Neri, for the second time. Has been retired both times so far.
That's what I love about Randy Tomlin, David. When we get these lineups early in the day, you like to see those guys get those multiple positions so they can be ready at any opportunity in case their numbers get called.
In a team with a lot of shortstops, as that one will be picked off. A good awareness there from Stryker to try and catch the speedy Cesar Murillo, who had already advanced to second on his first at-bat and now gets caught. Not going to go down as a caught stealing, but does get picked off. Score that 1-3-4-3 if you're at home. And now still seeking the first pitch to Neri as it's delivered. And it's just out of the zone. Count goes 1-0.
Takes a ball there, and for Murillo, that's got to hurt knowing that you're running out of outs and getting picked off in this situation is a tough scene.
That pitch fouled off to the left side, and just missing it is Jared Kirkman over there at third.
Shortstop, Isaac Vanderwood, and playing second base, Nick Parham.
As we're going to get action in both bullpens.
Tell you a little bit more after this pitch from Stryker, which is swung on and missed. Count will now go 1-2 as pull out the binoculars and take a look. It looks like Will Pearson, number 22, out there in the Tom Sox bullpen,
And
there to help Stryker if need be this half. That pitch offered at, and he did go around, says first base umpire Jesus Burrell. So strikeout number 5 now for Shea Stryker, and Cal Neri gets retired for the third time tonight, second by way of strikeouts.
And for Stryker, he has now tied his season high for his longest start at 4 2/3. That one was the last time here at home against these Generals in a 3-2 win. That was a Robbie Levy walk-off night. So Stryker's now 1 out away from going his longest start of the summer.
And he will have the chance to do that against Aiden Miller, who, as I mentioned earlier this inning, has reached in both his plate appearances an ROE and a walk. Hometown kid. Facing Stryker. Pitch goes down low. Count goes 1-1.
Miller on base twice today, just like Murillo. Got on first with the E6 and then the walk back in the third.
Ball goes high. Count goes 2-1.
Levy can't handle that, as we'll only see Levy behind the plate in this game 1. Cale Strickland, confirmed, will be the catcher in game 2. Levy will swap positions with him.
Pitch from Stryker, grounded over and foul past the third base side, and Kirkman able to pick that one up off the ground after he missed the first one.
Well, here it is, David. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. We'll see if Stryker can go his season long on this pitch here.
2-2, 2 outs, nobody on. Chase Stryker. That pitch reached for and grounded over to the shortstop. Going to be a tough play for Vanderwood, and he cannot make the play. And unable to get it to is Caden Ferraro over at first, and it's a pair of infield singles to the shortstop for the Generals this inning.
2 infield hits, and for Miller, It's third time on base today for the Generals. The only guy on base 3 times in this one.
Now Christian Castaneda, who has grounded out and flown out, and that will be the end for Chase Stryker. So a valiant effort for Charlottesville, who was in need of a good start and gets one in the first leg of this doubleheader. Got a tough schedule coming up, no more days off. So very welcome to see Chase Stryker go 4 2/3 innings, get 5 strikeouts, and walk just 1 batter. We got a new pitcher coming in. We will tell you more about him when we come back here on Tom Sox TV. Welcome back to Charlottesville. Tom Sox with a 6-1 lead here. Runner on first with 2 men away here in the bottom of the 5th inning. New pitcher on the mound for Charlottesville is Will Pearson. What you got?
Will Pearson's the Athens, Georgia native. Just finished his collegiate days at the University of Georgia, but he still has 1 more year left. But we'll get to that in a second. Coming in this season now with a 2.38 ERA. And David, Will Pearson has want to be one of the better stories in the bullpen for the Tom Sox. Started off at one point, his ERA was nearly in the 16s. Now it's down at a 2.38, like I mentioned, in his 10 games. 11 1/3 innings pitched, 12 strikeouts. He's only allowed 5 walks and 7 hits.
He's kind of worked as like an extended fireman almost for the Tom Sox. Has, as you mentioned, started off with pretty slow, but now in his 11th appearance of the season, his season long in innings 2 1/3, but recently has not pitched more than an inning and a third since the middle of June, and is being called on probably for an inning and a third here by Randy Tomlin before they turn to a closer to close this game out. But Pearson on the year, you mentioned his numbers. He does have a collegiate scout or two here in the ballpark to watch him, as he did not play for Wes Johnson and the Georgia Bulldogs on the season, who did make the NCAA tournament. But now looking for a new home is Stryker, and as the sun starts to set, he looks to Christian Castaneda to make the third out.
And for Pearson, David, he gave up a run just recently in two appearances ago in a 3-1 loss to the Turks. It was his first run he gave up since June 11th back in a 10-6 win over the Lumberjacks. He gave up 5 that day.
That was not an earned run either, as first pitch from Pearson fouled off the backstop. He's only allowed 3 earned runs on the season. Last one came all the way back on June 11th, as you mentioned. So with 3 earned runs allowed, 7 total runs. So Tom Sox defense has been making a couple of changes, or has been making a couple of errors that have not helped Pearson out, but obviously not going on his record. And 5 walks to 12 strikeouts, looking to make it 13 here, is count 0-1, checking on that runner on first in Aiden Miller.
And Pearson's got some important crowd in watching him today.
You mentioned a collegiate scout here. Next pitch from Pearson. Flown out just past the second baseman in Parham, and Waynesboro will now put 2 on with 2 men out here in the bottom of the 5th.
Back-to-back singles for the Generals, so with 2 outs again, they will get an opportunity to try to extend this inning in a 6-1 game, and for them, after this inning, they'd only have 6 outs left, so every hitter is important at this point late in the game when you're down 5.
And for Pearson now, we mentioned that funky delivery as well. Can help to trick some hitters, and Levy will talk it over with him here on the mound. For Charlottesville on the year, we mentioned a little bit earlier the standings in the South Division. 4-game lead over Harrisonburg Turks, who are struggling a little bit right now on a 4-game losing skid at 19-14. Charlottesville, the only team in the division with single-digit losses, and the only team in the Valley League, in fact, with single-digit losses, and looking to avoid adding to that tally today. Covington currently in that third spot, 7.5 games back of the Tom Sox, but we mentioned only creeping a half game back is the Culpeper Cavaliers. That pitch goes upstairs to Jason Willers, who knocked one over the left field fences last time up.
For Pearson, that was a good pitch. It was just I guess you would say a good miss, David, but that one, I want to know how fast he threw that. That was a zinger.
Next pitch from Pearson. Looks, fires, swung on a miss. Good breaking ball there. Working to the glove side, and count goes 1-1. Just to close that thought on the standings, Waynesboro still does have a chance. They would be 10.5 games back with a loss in this first game, and currently sit 10 games back, 3.5 back as that pitch goes outside to Willers. 3.5 back of the Covington Lumberjacks in third place in the South Division. So still a lot to be decided here in the South, with about 8-9 games to go for each of these teams on the final week of the regular season. Pearson swung on and missed. Count 2-2 now. A pair of breaking balls that have just gotten Willers off balance.
We've had a good pitch selection so far from Pearson, but he's gone very strong with this fastball. We'll see if he can try to get Willers here with that same exact pitch with this delivery of his.
Pearson looks and will step off and throw to second base, trying to keep Aiden Miller close. So we'll do it all again here. 2-2, 2 outs, 2 runners on here in the fifth. It's a 6-1 lead for the visiting Charlottesville Tom Sox. Reminder after this game is Jimmy Sapp is having a conversation with
pitching violation, as he just said. So now it's going to move to a 3-2 count as Randy Tomlin and Adam Dolphemeyer are up out of the dugout. They don't agree here with Sapp.
Jimmy Sapp and his umpiring crew, Vance Coleman over at third base, calling a violation, a pitch clock violation on Pearson. So now a nice conversation happening just past the first base line between Tomlin and Jimmy Sapp.
Not getting aggressive here. I think Tomlin just wants the explanation of when the clock started compared to when Pearson stepped off and threw over to second base. Maybe that's what he's arguing. I think Sapp ran him up, and that's why Pearson stepped off. But we'll do it here at 3-2.
Count is full with 2 outs, 2 runners on, 6-1. As we mentioned, another game to follow this one here tonight, approximately 20-30 minutes after this one is concluded, between the Tom Sox and the Generals. Now Will Pearson looking to get out of this. That ball grounded over back to Pearson. He will toss over to first base, and that will complete the frame. Will Pearson gets out of the 2-on, 2-out damage, and the Tom Sox will come back up the plate when we come back. Welcome back to Charlottesville. Waynesboro turning to another new arm to begin the 6th inning. It is Bryce Metz out of West Columbia, South Carolina, and Southern Wesleyan University. What you got on him, Matt?
The rising junior, as you just mentioned, from Southern Wesleyan University, has a 1-1 record this summer, 3.85 ERA in his 6 appearances. He started 5 of his games, so this is his second relief appearance of the summer in 23 3/3 innings pitched with 23 strikeouts, so averaging nearly a strikeout as an inning goes. 13 walks allowed and 28 hits. My apologies. In his last appearance on July 11th against the Lumberjacks, did get the win.
He will face Cale Strickland, who takes the first pitch up for ball 1. Strickland, 1 for 2 with a walk and a run scored, as well as an RBI. Singled his last time up, then got out into fielder's choice as that pitch goes low for ball number 2.
And back to Metz in that 13-3 win over the Lumberjacks on the 11th. With that win, he went 5 innings pitched, 2 runs allowed, 1 was earned, 7 hits.
Next pitch from Metz goes outside and low. Count now goes 3-0 on Cale Strickland.
Usually Cale Strickland is one of those guys Randy Tomlin had in the bottom of the order, but the way he's been raking recently, it's pretty cool to see him up in this 2-hole.
Looking for his 23rd walk of the year. That one will not help his case as it goes in the zone 4 strike. Already walked once today, and he's in the league's top 10 in terms of walk leaders. Next pitch just touches the zone, so from 3-0 to 3-2, and Bryce Metz coming back pretty strong.
Strickland just trying to get on any way he can here.
Pitch from Metz, down low, and ball 4 will put a runner on in the leadoff spot for Charlottesville as Cale Strickland trots over to first base, and Robbie Levy, as we mentioned, the team's RBI leader with 21 now on the year, will step up to the dish.
And for Levy, 2 for 3 today, a double, a single, had a fielder's choice in that last at-bat. RBIs 2, was credited for that RBI with the fielder's choice.
First pitch hit out to left field. It will get down to the left of Cal Neri, and Charlottesville now with 2 runners on with nobody out in the top of the 6th.
So back-to-back base runners for the Tom Sox. And even though David, we're playing a short one tonight, the offense is not backing down to this one right now. And as Mike Bolger and I mentioned earlier today on deck with the Tom Sox podcast, that this is a Tom Sox team that averages nearly 8 runs a game, nearly 7 hits, and look at this game, only playing 7 innings in this one. They have that 6-1 lead and more ducks on the pond with no outs, so trying to add to that high average that Mike mentioned today on our podcast episode.
Currently 4th in the league in runs scored. First pitch by Wallace, fouled over the batting cage in right field. Will be quickly 1-0. It's gotten dark out here quickly here at Charlottesville High School as we approach 9 o'clock. In the East, we welcome you back to Charlottesville High School. If you are just joining us, David Argo alongside Matt Cabram. 6-1, Charlottesville lead as the visiting team here. Next pitch way over the lefties' batter's box. Count will go 1-1.
And these will be the last 2 times these 2 teams meet in this doubleheader.
After this, Charlottesville, a couple games against Covington, 3 in fact. Pitch offered at by Wallace. He does go around. Count will go 1-2. 3 more games against Covington, 3 against Culpeper, and 1 against Harrisonburg. And that'll be it. Charlottesville with 8 games left to complete their 40-game regular season. Then it's on to the playoffs, and Charlottesville looks to be in good position as Wallace grounds that one past the third baseman. Shortstop is unable to come up with it, and that will be an infield single for Colby Wallace. So he is on for the 4th time in 4 plate appearances. First official at-bat for him. And now Tom Sox once again for the 3rd straight inning, or the 3rd time in 4 innings, have the bases loaded with Caden Ferraro up to bat.
Ferraro 0-for-1 technically today with the strikeout back in the second with those 2 walks. And for the Tom Sox, 5-1 right now in the season series.
That pitch golfed out to left center field. Going for it is Neri. He will not get there. Tom Sox will clear the bases. Here comes Strickland. Here comes Levy. And here comes Wallace. It's a 3 RBI double for Caden Ferraro. That makes it 9-1 Charlottesville.
Caden Farrow trying to step up in these big moments, and it's not running away from this one here. Technically, as I mentioned, 0-for-1 on today, had the bases juiced, and that one's able to find that left center field gap. And just like you mentioned, David, Randy Tallman knew from the minute that ball got down that all three runners are going to score. The bases get cleared, and that's a 9-1 lead for the Tom Sox.
So the third time up for Ferraro with the bases loaded, finally gets to capitalize in a way that he wants to with a hit. He had walked the previous 2 times, and now that puts Charlottesville in a decent position as well, as Cooper Blauser will come up. First pitch to Blauser. Outside, ball 1. Puts Charlottesville only 2 runs away from a 10-run lead, which would mean run rule territory here in Game 1, and that would be a welcome sight for Charlottesville, who's looking to secure the win and move on to Game 2, which will be a late one here tonight. Pitch goes upstairs, but in the corner for strike 1.
For Ferraro, his 4th double of the summer since joining the team.
Next pitch from Metz. Outside once again, goes 2-1. Blauser looking to bring Ferraro home. Give Charlottesville double-digit runs once again against Waynesboro, something they have done pretty often against the Generals this season. Looks, fires, down low, ball 3.
And with the Tom Sox approaching to win their 6th contest of the summer against these Generals, with the score being 9-1, Waynesboro's only win came back on June 20th. That was 10-6. That one was in Waynesboro.
The Tom Sox with a quartet of 16 run games, I believe, or at least double-digit run games against the Generals, as that one is hit out to right center. Randy Tomlin will stop Ferraro at third. However, the Generals will throw it into home, and able to end up at second is Blauser. That will go down on the scorebook as a single and advancing on the throw, but still in questionable decision. I guess if you're Waynesboro, if you throw it to second base, then you got the runner trying to come home. If you throw it home, then you got the runner trying to go over to second base. So almost a lose-lose situation there, but now 2 in scoring position with still nobody out here against Bryce Metz, as the catcher and Luke Goforth will visit him.
5 straight base runners for the Tom Sox, as you mentioned, and I guess you would say smart play by Randy Tomlin, knowing that they already have the high-scoring game. Don't want to run yourself out of these outs, knowing that they could end this one here. And back to what we were talking about, David, in the first 6 contests between these two, 5 of them were double-digit wins for the Tom Sox. Actually, all the games they had a 3-2 walk-off victory for Robbie Levy, so just one game did not go to 10 double-digit for the game, for the winner, I guess, on that side. 16-1, 16-1, 10-2. That was the 10-6 win for the Generals. 3-2 Tom Sox, and then a 16-4 5-inning game for Charlottesville.
That brings up Nick Parham, who grounds the first pitch past or collected by the diving second baseman, who cannot make a play. He kind of goes for a tumble there from second to first, and that will get a run home. So an unconventional single for Nick Parham, but he makes his way into the score sheet for the first time and brings the 10th run home of the ballgame for the Tom Sox, as Sam Mumon will now come up once again.
Blauser moves over to third, and just like that, the party keeps on going. David, all 6 batters in this inning have reached base safely, and we'll see if Sammy Mumon can keep the party going.
5th hit in a row for the Tom Sox. Ferraro, the 4th straight runner to score, as first pitch goes outside for ball number 1.
Mumon 0-for-2 today, a ground out a strikeout, did get walked and scored.
Second pitch bounces in front of the lefty batter's box and allows Blauser to come home and Parham to go to second. So quickly now that 10-run advantage we were just talking about, and this game could be shortened if Waynesboro cannot come back in the next half inning.
So now 5 times in this season series, the Tom Sox have scored 10 or more runs.
They'll go down as a wild pitch. As we mentioned, Metz just could not find the strike zone there. Hit it, bounced it in front of the batter's box as that one fouled over the first base bleachers for strike number 1.
On deck would be Vanderwood, who started all the scoring today from both sides with that solo shot back in the 3rd.
Mumon grounds to second base. Collecting is Miller. Throw over to first. and the Generals finally have an out here in the bottom of the 6th.
And a smart play there by Tomlin to hold Parham over at third, not to run up anything here, and it's going to bring back up Vanderwood at the bottom of the order.
We mentioned that home run back in the 3rd inning. His first at-bat with the Tom Sox ended in his first home run, in his first collegiate home run, as well as he is entering his first year at the University of Virginia. Swings and misses, takes a big cut at the first pitch for strike number 1. Struck out and has flown out in this game. And he is now the proud owner of that home run ball as well, after the Tom Sox bullpen did him a little favor. Next pitch, way outside. Count goes 1-1.
For Vanderwood, that's just the confidence you want to be joining a college program coming in as a freshman. You know, you get some stats under your belt for a collegiate league, and what better way to say everyone, hey, I had my first at-bat at home, and it was a home run over the right field fence.
Downstairs, ball 2. Bryce Metz still struggling with that command, but does have that out on the board, but still having to deal with a runner at third base in Nick Parham. Deals. Downstairs, ball 3. Got away from the catcher, but not far enough away to allow Parham to score. So now it goes 3-1. Luke Goforth has made some pretty good defensive plays out there. We mentioned caught 3 runners on the base paths today, in addition to a couple of good stops back there behind the dish. Metz outside, and ball 4. Once again, another walk to the Tom Sox. That is walk number 7 on the day, I believe. Walk number 8, as Matt corrects me next door. And
got to count this one up, because I thought it said 7 earlier, and there's 2 in this inning. So let's just fact check both of us right now. 1 in the first. They had 1, 2, 3 in the third, so that's 4 total.
It's walk number 10, actually.
So, yeah, double digits. So that total from, even though this is a shortening game, that total at 13 on the summer is not looking too far away with only 1 out, and still a whole other inning coming up, David.
And a whole new pitcher coming in for Waynesboro as Bryce Metz will exit. Entering will be Luke Goforth, or not, in fact, as he is the catcher. How about we just tell you about him when we come back here on Tom Sox TV? Back here in Charlottesville, Tom Sox up 10 on the Waynesboro Generals here in the bottom of the 6th inning. Got to clean up a little bit on the defensive side. This last half inning, a defensive change was made in preparation for the new pitcher as Jason Willers, the previous designated hitter, moved behind the plate. And I was a little confused when the new pitcher came in here because it was Luke Goforth, and indeed it is Luke Goforth, the previous catcher who was in the DH spot for all of a third of an inning, and now makes his debut on the mound against the top of the Tom Sox order in Dean Mijos.
Sorry, go ahead.
The final of the 9 batters to bat for the Tom Sox this inning. First pitch went in for a strike. This one skips past the catcher and scoring the 12th run of the game. Or will be Nick Parham, as just in time, Willers, the catcher, fires it over to his previous catcher in Luke Goforth to tag out Nick Parham. So that is out number 4 on the base paths on the night for the Tom Sox. Obviously, it's a 10-run game, so you could take a little bit more chances, but still a surprising number there as next pitch goes low.
Usually a team that's so aggressive with Randy Tomlin is running themselves into a few outs tonight, even though they do lead this one 11-1.
It did allow Isaac Vanderwood to move up to second, but now 2 outs in a 3-1 count to Dean Mijos here in the bottom of the 6th inning. As we pass the clock past 9 p.m., that ball goes just on the outside corner for a strike, and count goes full with 2 away. Runner on second to Dean Mijos. Goforth looking to get out of it. Pitch just high, and Mijos will take the 11th walk of the day now for the Tom Sox.
And just like that, that brings up Cale Strickland, who started this inning, David, with a walk, and then he came around to score. So finally they was back in the 3rd and the 4th. The Tom Sox had a chance to bat around. They didn't, and now they do today.
And, Matt, there goes the scorebook as well.
Yeah, we are now running out of room, so since it's a shortened game, I'm going to draw an arrow to the 7th inning for Strickland.
First pitch in there for a strike, as my whiteout also has decided to stop working. We will deal as Strickland deals with that pitch by fouling it off the backstop. Count now 0-2 from the pitcher Goforth to the DH in Cale Strickland. That one just outside for a ball.
Good idea by Goforth at the 0-2 count. Had to try to get a chance to get Strickland the bite, but very disciplined is Cale up at the plate.
Another pitch outside. So from 0-2 to 2-2 now on Cale Strickland. As we mentioned, top 10 in the league in walks, has already walked twice today and has scored 2 runs.
He's been walked this inning.
Scored one of the 5 Tom Sox runs that has crossed the plate this inning to make it an 11-1 ball game. 3-2 outside, and that's walk number 3 now on the day for Strickland, as he will trot down over to first, and Robbie Levy will come up for the 5th time in this 7-inning game.
For his impressive on-base percentage, David, I think it's pretty cool he's been walked 3 times, but twice in an inning, I mean, it doesn't get better than that.
And now the bases once again are loaded for Charlottesville for the 2nd time this inning, and I'd say probably the 6th or 7th time in this game, as Robbie Levy now steps up. First pitch sails inside for a ball. Obviously Goforth, as we mentioned, he's a catcher. It's his main job.
Second appearance of the summer as he comes in today. His only one was in innings and 2/3.
Spent some time in the outfield and at first base as well. This one popped up. He's going to get a left field or shortstop. It is the left fielder, Neri, who gets it, and that will do it for the inning. But Charlottesville, 5 runs in this inning. They now lead 11-1. Waynesboro's got to get something. We come back on Tom Sox TV. Back in the bottom of the 6th inning, Waynesboro, 3 more batters to come up to save this from being a run rule victory for the visiting Tom Sox. Normally, Charlottesville had an 11-1 lead at Charlottesville High School. This game would be over. But as we mentioned, this game is a reschedule from last night's contest. So Waynesboro now with the chance to save face and bring this to a 7th inning. It'll be Elijah Borges first against Will Pearson out for his second full inning of work.
Pearson back in that first inning was able to get a big out with 2 outs.
Should say his first full inning, his second inning total of work. First pitch went outside to Borges. Second one fouled to the Tom Sox dugout. Count will go 1-1. Borges tonight, 3rd at-bat on the night. Big contrast between the Tom Sox hitters having 5 or 6 at-bats and Waynesboro only on their 3rd time through the order. Struck out and grounded out, or it flew out, excuse me, in this game. Swings and misses. Count will go 1-2.
For Borges, we mentioned 0 for 2 tonight, just trying to get any way on to extend this game for the Generals, give them sign of hope.
We do have 7 more innings coming up when this one is done. Pitch goes high. Getting out of the way is Borges, and count will go 2-2.
Good pitch idea by Pearson. Tried to get that inside breaking pitch on the 1-2 count, but just missed a little bit inside.
So now Pearson with a 2-2 count to Elijah Borges. That one hit over Pearson's head to the second baseman, Parham. Throws over to first and gets the first out.
It's a big out there for Parham, and no matter if Randy Tomlin starts him at short, moves him over to second base. We've seen a little bit of him at third when he first came with the team. This guy's a baller in the field, and another big play there with the backhand throw. He's able to track it in time and fire over the first for the first out of this inning.
So down to their final 2 outs now is Waynesboro, and their next chance is to go forth, who begin the game behind the plate now is on the mound, and you don't see pitchers batting too much now in the Valley League now that we've got DHs all over the place, but we got a rare chance now here with
the universal DH, David.
I don't know if I want to tell you my thoughts on it in the majors, but
you know what?
I would tell you here in college and in the Valley League, I think it works well. Count 1-1 now as that one goes in for a strike.
Me and you both supporters of the NL East. You're with the Nationals. I'm with the Mets. And, I saw a Bartolo Colon home run a few years ago, and that's the stuff that I do miss.
That pitch grounded to the third baseman, Blauser. Throws to first, and the Waynesboro Generals are down to their final out of the evening.
Just
the
like
final
that.
out will come down to Sion Barnett, one of a couple Waynesboro hitters to collect a hit tonight. He doubled his last time up. Struck out in his first time at the plate.
Sion Barnett had a nice piece of hitting back in the 4th with that double off the wall, or down the line you would say, and was able to get in there standing, and now he has the chance to try to extend this game. If not, we go into that second one.
First pitch just hits the outside corner, or the inside corner, for a strike. Count goes 0-1.
Pearson has just looked so sharp in this back end of the season.
We mentioned he was probably going to be a bridge guy. Now with this 10-run lead, he can close this game out. Another pitch on that same spot on the corner.
So valuable, too, now, David, with the position that the offense has put him in. It's so good for Randy Tomlin's pitching staff to only use 2 arms in this first game.
Calling time was Jimmy Sapp to allow Barnett to get his gear on his arm straight. 0-2, 2 outs here in the 6th. 22, fires. That pitch flown out to shallow right field. It will get down. Going for 2 will be Barnett, and he will get in there safely. So a 2-out double for Barnett, his second double of the game, keeps the Generals alive, and will bring the order now to Gialdri Gomez.
The second General of the night to have 2 hits in the game, just like Cesar Murillo.
2 hits to two different sides of the field. First hit went out to the wall in left field. This one goes down to the right field line. So Gomez, Kealo Smith, who came in as a pinch hitter last time, will come up for his second at-bat. Came in earlier for Gomez after Gomez just had 1 plate appearance and grounded out. Smith struck out his first time up. Now takes the first pitch high for ball 1.
Got struck out looking there by Stryker. That was Stryker's last fan of the night. No, it was not. It was his fourth.
4th out of 5 on the night. 1-0 count. Pearson looks, fires. In the zone for a little bit of a delayed strike call there from Sapp. Runner still on second in Barnett, looking to extend this game to these full 7 innings. We will play the bottom of the 7th if Waynesboro is able to get a run, as that one offered at and swung on for strike 2, excuse me.
And now right here, down to their final strike. We'll see how Pearson attacks Smith, knowing he's already been a strikeout victim via looking.
Pearson looks, fires, outside. We'll do it again.
Was able to try to get him to bite, but Smith very disciplined, knowing that one was going way too outside. Kept the bet on his shoulder.
Deuces are wild here. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Runner on second, and number 22 on the mound trying to close this thing out.
Facing number 20.
Well, 1-0 there, screwing us up a little bit.
Yeah.
And double-digit runs for the Tom Sox as Pearson looks, fires, just low. We'll do it one more time. Now counts full.
Full count here, too. Smith just trying to extend this game and get on any way he can. And that would be a big position there to try to tack on a run to go the full 7.
Now Pearson fires. Inside, strike 3 looking, and that's your ball game. The Tom Sox get win number 23 on the season, move to 23-9. And Will Pearson secures the final 4 outs.
And they will tack on another win, David, and they move closer to trying to secure that VBL South title. Just about another win away or 2 from just making this a 2-team fight between them and the Harrisonburg Turks. They move up again against the Turks here, and just an all-around great day here. We saw the offensive explosion. We saw the 5 runs in the 5th. We saw the home run from the newcomer Vanderwood in his first collegiate home run. Chase Starker was a dog on the mound, going 4 2/3. Just an all-around great night here for the Tom Sox.
The Harrisonburg Turks getting postponed at the Covington Lumberjacks. They give Charlottesville a 4.5 game lead, and we now have a conversation happening behind the plate between the two coaches, as we still are due for one more game here tonight. We will keep you here for just a moment as Vance Coleman, the crew chief, speaks with Randy Tomlin. For Charlottesville, as I mentioned, win number 23 in game number 32 on the season. Waynesboro will fall to 13-21 on the year. And that will be it, as we have handshakes. We have been informed that the Generals will be forfeiting game number 2 here today, as they are down some players, and it's best for both sides, as we are already here at 9:12 in the evening. And as Corey Tomlin, the Tom Sox All-Star assistant coach, puts up his fist, we will close out this long day here at Charlottesville High School.
And you can add another win for the Tom Sox in that. If that's the case, it moves now to a 5-game lead over the Harrisonburg Turks for that first place spot. And for tonight, for the away team, but really home at heart, Tom Sox, 11 runs on those 12 hits, 1 error. And for the visiting Generals, 1 run on 7 hits, and they had an error themselves too. So just again, an all-around great night here from Charlottesville High School.
And in the final 2 games in this series before the Tom Sox, they end with only 1 loss against the Generals, continuing the success that they had against Waynesboro last year. So Charlottesville will end this game and forfeit 24-9. Waynesboro will fall to 13-22, as you mentioned. Charlottesville 11-12-1 on the line. Waynesboro 1 run, 7 hits, 1 error. It's been a pleasure to join you here today alongside Matt Cabram. My name is David Argo. As we close this one out, we got 2 more games for you here on Friday. We resume a suspended game against Covington, starting at 5 o'clock, and then at 7 o'clock we play 9 innings against the Lumberjacks. So another busy day of baseball in store for us on Friday, after the Tom Sox will travel to Culpeper tomorrow to take on the Cavaliers.
Well, I guess, David, everything comes in 2, and now be another, I guess you would say, doubleheader for the Tom Sox, even though they just got to finish another game. But they still have 2 games that they have to play on Friday, so all around should be fun.
For the Waynesboro Generals, they will travel to face the Covington Lumberjacks tomorrow in another battle that can be really crucial for that third place spot in the Valley League. As we mentioned, Covington gets rained out today against the Harrisonburg Turks, but they are still now 8.5 games back of Charlottesville for the lead, but they are the virtual tie with the Culpeper Cavaliers for that final third place spot as these two teams battle for that final playoff spot. But Charlottesville, no need to worry. They are in the driver's seat for that 1 seed and get that first round bye in the Valley League playoffs. That'll do it for us from Matt Cabram. My name is David Argo. It's been a pleasure to serve you here today, and we hope to do again soon. For everybody, thanks for joining us. We will see you here next time.